Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in this beautiful room for our second day of the plenary session, which will begin shortly. And I hope you had a wonderful evening last night and this morning, particularly this morning, and experienced the spirit of Naples. Let me now open this afternoon session of the Naples Conference on Cultural Heritage in the 21st Century. As we begin our fourth session, and I would like to remind you the title, which is Promoting Community Development Through Heritage Preservation and Safeguarding. And with this, I will leave in the hands of our able moderatorship of Ms. Heba Aziz and a panelist on the stage. Ms. Aziz, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Hima. Good afternoon, everyone, and we're coming today on session 4 to really bring on board an element that has been discussed yesterday by the whole discussion of marriages. But maybe today we have a different focus, and we're going to be focusing a lot more on issues to do with community development, community involvement. I have an amazing panel with me, ranging from academics, experts in the field, people who work closely with the community. I will introduce them gradually as we go along. Can I have my slides, please? I think all of us are very familiar with this site, more familiar than others, being from Egypt myself. However, my career has taken me to the Gulf, where I have been working, and I currently established the UNESCO Chair for World Heritage and Sustainable Tourism Management at the German University of Technology in Oman. Just going back to my pictures, and I think you just need to look closely at this photo and maybe be diverted a little bit from the face of Ramses II and look at those people who are around it. I have my second slide, please. Of course, and this again is another site that we are all very familiar with. And there's different people in this picture than the ones you've seen in the first one. Okay? These ones, we talk about them a lot, talking about impact of tourism. But the other group are not very much mentioned. Can I have my next slide, please? I think I made a promise since we started working on the 50th anniversary of the convention to really focus on this group, on the displacement of more than 60,000 Nubians from the southern of Egypt, who were located in more than 25 villages. To date, these people are still displaced. When we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of the convention, 1972 convention, I was very surprised even about myself, having been teaching this convention for so long, and very rarely I did mention the Nubian displacement. The people of Nubia have been displaced since the beginning of the episode, for the very same reasons for which the convention was created, for which the Abu Simbel temple was reconstructed, but they still remain displaced. And they have been displaced into various villages, away from their natural environment, if you want, further away from the agricultural heritage that they have been part of. I just want us today, as we talk about communities, to remember these people and to remember this particular community who was at the heart of the establishment of the 1972 convention. As often as we talk about the Abu Simbel and the great miracle for which the temple were lifted, I also want to remember in the same token the displacement of these particular communities. And to them, I really dedicate part of this session in the hope that we could do something for other communities and to focus on them. So the objective of our session, as I was talking, is really to focus on the communities. Our panel will discuss, community involvement and community development. And I really would like to take a leaf from a comment that I heard yesterday from our colleague from Malaysia, from Georgetown site, that in order to decide on the credibility of the convention, I think we need to start in the other way around. And if the community were involved, then the credibility is established. So another point I really would like to make clear in the discussions that I had with my panel members, that also, in a way, community is not so homogeneous, people and locality is not also very homogeneous. It's not really based on the passport, and if I come from Egypt, that I must necessarily feel, what's happening to the Nubia or to the Bedouin of Sinai. So I think it's very important to also recognize that we don't use this overarching terms of community or locality, and to take this with a pinch of salt and to really focus exactly on those people whose life is dependent and will be affected by any development or by any listing that we do to a World Heritage Site in their locality. I think also another point I would like to make before I give the floor to my panel is really that sometimes community would say what we as heritage professionals do not want to hear. Okay, we had that recently with the lively city of Liverpool. We had that previously with the Dresden Valley, where the community really said things that we did not expect. And that there is a constant, if we want, pressure. And this is, I think, was very clear in the World Heritage Committee in Riyadh, where the pressure is no longer really placed on conservation, but really placed on the tension between communities and development. I was recently in the lovely city of Bath, and I had a very interesting discussion with the people at the World Heritage Center, where they said that the community really want to have double glazing because that affects their heating and improves their insulation, and that would, in turn, affect various efforts that we are putting in terms of reduction of energy and climate. So there is a lot of restrictions, and there is a lot of contradiction currently existing. It's not as straightforward as the convention has appeared in 1972. I think also the issue of community involvement is very much dependent on regulatory framework, on the power of civil societies that is not very often the same in different countries or in different geographical regions. The establishment of civil society, sometimes it's very, very challenging. And there is another issue that we need to address when we talk about community involvement and community engagement. I just wanted to give this very brief introduction before really I move on to my panel. And I would first like to give the floor to Dr. Munir, who really does not need a lot of introduction, a very old friend, very influential expert with UNESCO, with ICROM in the Arab region. So I don't think I will do him justice with a brief introduction. I think he goes without introduction. Dr. Munir, I know he would like to make a small announcement before he goes into the heart of his intervention for this panel.
Thank you, Dr. Hiba. Buonasera a tutti.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Italy for organizing this beautiful event in this wonderful city of Naples. It is so nice to meet my colleagues from UNESCO, Ambassador Ottoni, and all the other colleagues. I'm not going to say all the names. I'm so happy to be. I feel at home. I've been at UNESCO for over 30 years. I want to say that yesterday, as Dr. Ahiba has said, has been so rich. I mean, it was so rich of interventions. Lots of experts from different parts of the world took the floor. And we are now assessing 50 years from the 1972 convention and 20 years from the 2003 convention. Before starting my reflection on the communities, I want to say that I have so many friends here in this room, the president of ICOMOS, so ICOMOS Italy, and other experts from ICROM and ICOMOS and IUCN. And I want to say that unfortunately we have lost a great personality. Just a few days ago, Professor Yuka Okeleto passed away. He was an outstanding expert of world heritage. I met him 40 years ago, over 40 years ago, when he was at ICROM, and when he was participating in so many missions and courses inside and outside ICROM. His books, his papers are incredible references, and benchmarks for the themes of 1972 convention, the outstanding universal value, for instance. He has written important pages on this issue, on the criterion of authenticity, integrity, and management. He has met hundreds experts from all over the world. We were awarded the ICROM award in the year 2000 together. And when I was director at ICROM, it was the time when we were celebrating the 50th anniversary of the foundation of ICROM. I asked Yuka to write a book on this history of ICROM, and he did it with colleagues like Valerie Piazza, Dario Guichat, Maria Teresa, she's here, and Joaquin, I think, is in the room. So it was a great book. It's another masterpiece on the history and of the thinking and reflection on the theme of cultural heritage. I want to express, my feelings for his wife on behalf of you all. It is a message of sympathy and solidarity that I want to send to his family, his children from here. Thank you very much.
Hiba,
Yes.
you want to start giving us some directions for the discussion?
Definitely. So, Dr. Munir, I think with having you with us here, you're someone who have witnessed a lot of development, witnessed a lot of changes, whether it's from in your role at ICROM or in your role, of course, at UNESCO. So I think in order to put this discussion and debate into context, I would really like you to give us a bit of a historical context of where did this issue of the community appear, what was, in the development of both conventions, and what is your reflection in the historical evolution, if you want, of the issue of the community. So just share that with us.
No, I think
interventions would be kept at about 7 minutes so that we can have a chance, of course, to get some questions from the floor as well.
Yeah, no, a lot of things have been said today, and yesterday, but today I want only to, insist on how the evolution of the concept of cultural heritage has been taken by UNESCO, and that UNESCO, we can really say, brought in 1972 a new concept, a new approach to cultural heritage with innovation in the concept itself of the cultural heritage, which was linked, as it was explained very shortly in the beginning of the session by Dr. Ahiba. It was the 60s. In the 60s, there were two important events in the world. One was what Hiba showed on the screen, the decision to to have a big dig on the Nile, a decision which was, of course, having as a consequence the flooding of a lot of temples and monuments in the upper part of the dike. And then the Minister of Culture of Egypt came to UNESCO, and it was the time of Director General René Maheu, and said, we Egyptians cannot deal with this huge consequence of what could happen if we don't do something for the safeguarding of this monument. And this was the story of the launching of the international campaign for the safeguarding of Abu Simbel and Philae. The second event at the same time in the 60s, 1960s, was the flooding in Florence and the flooding in Venice, and the same request came to UNESCO, asking Italian government, asking UNESCO to do some efforts to help the safeguarding of Venice and the safeguarding of Florence. And these two events were at the origin of a big program which was called the International Campaign for the Safeguarding of Cultural Heritage. Those who were having the idea of bringing some kind of text which was a binding text, a convention, used the lessons learned from the campaign to integrate the concept of World Heritage, to integrate the concept of solidarity, to integrate the concept of conservation with the support of others, because whether it was the Egyptian monuments or the Italian monuments, they are not only Egyptian or only Italian, they are of the world, they are of humanity. This was the first very important concept which enlarged the approach of what is cultural heritage in the convention. The second aspect, which is of course a very important moment in the development of the approach of conservation of cultural heritage, is the integration of nature with culture. And this was totally new, and we have still some countries where you have still an administration for culture, an administration for nature. I was present at UNESCO when the convention started to be implemented. And I have seen how among those who were drafting the convention, Gérard Bolla, Pierre Baptiste, they were very keen to see the convention, implemented in a way that always the aim was the protection of cultural heritage, but also, and there is an article in the convention saying that even if a site is not on the World Heritage List, this does not mean that it has not value. And this is something that we were always fighting. I just want to remember that the Minister of Culture of France, Douste Blazy, organized in summer, in the 90s, des entretiens du patrimoine, the discussions about heritage. And in his speech, he was speaking about patrimoine mineur, the heritage of second class. And I went to see him. I said, Minister, if you, in France, you say patrimoine mineur, imagine how it will be understood in countries which have not enough legislation, preparation. They will say, okay, we have a heritage which is on the World Heritage List, the rest we can not protect. So this is something that should be taken into account. And during these years, from 80s to the end of the 90s, there was a movement parallel to the one concerning World Cultural Heritage with the, as you know, all the success that the convention was having along the years. There was a movement conducted mainly by some Latin American countries, and particularly Bolivia, coming to see the Director General and saying, Director General, it's good that you are putting a lot of efforts on World Cultural Heritage, but there is another heritage which is a bit put aside, and at that time it was not called intangible, it was called art et tradition populaire, art and popular tradition, folklore, and it was taken into account by a first recommendation about the importance to be given to this part of heritage, which is considered as the heritage of communities. I remember that Italy was helping UNESCO in the preparation of the definition of what is intangible cultural heritage. Because there was a kind of, not suspicion, but some lawyers that, whom I met, even inside UNESCO, telling me, but you know, Munir, we cannot have a legal text which can protect something which is moving, which is, you know, changing. And this was, you know, I have to pay tribute to two director generals. Ahmed Mokhtar Mbo for the Convention of '72. He was very, very active and pushing the convention, and also the Convention of 1970 concerning the illicit traffic of cultural heritage. And the Director General, Koichiro Matsuura, when he was elected in 1999, his first speech was to say that he's giving priority to intangible cultural heritage. And we had something similar of what we have seen in the 60s. At UNESCO was created a program called Chefs-d'œuvre du patrimoine oral et immatériel de l'humanité, masterpieces of oral and intangible heritage of humanity. This was a program where we had to first analyze what we are going to consider as intangible cultural heritage. And here there is probably in the history we have to remind of Italian friends. Italy invited us, Madame Lourdes Arispe, Albert Sasson, Professor Condominas, etc. We were invited in a small village north of Torino called Grinzane Cavour. And during 3 days, we were in a room where we were discussing what is the definition of intangible cultural heritage. And it is the definition which is now in the Convention of 2003, which gave the possibility to Koichiro Matsuura to launch what we call, for any convention, you know, and I worked, you know, on 3 conventions, so I know the process. We have to invite government lawyers from all over the world to prepare the text of an international convention. And we were lucky to have, as a president of the intergovernmental lawyers in Paris at UNESCO, President Ahmed Bijawi, who was the president of the International Court of Justice. He was a very, very strong president. It's important to say, and I finish, he was having from us, the Secretariat, Noriko Aikawa, Lourdes, Madame Lindelprot, etc. We were at the end of each session, like my colleague Hima and Suzanne are doing here, you know, a kind of summary to prepare the day after. And one day, Ahmed Bijawi called me and said, Munir, what is happening? I said, Mr. President, what is happening? I didn't receive the summary of the discussion of today. I said, but President, every day we are sending by fax. We were not, you know, we are speaking about the year 2000, 2001. 23 years ago, we were sending this paper by fax. And in the morning, I was called by Mr. Matsuura with the President Bijawi, and I had to apologize because the machine this night didn't function. So this is the way to just as a small part of the history, the way these meetings were made very systematically with the support of the Japanese Founding Trust. And we arrived to the, I think, October 2003, the presentation to the General Conference, and the overwhelming acceptation by all the the members of the General Conference, except 6 or 7 states which abstained. There was no opposition about the adoption of the Convention of 2003. And I stop here because then we can move about the content and as you said, you have already discussed very deeply about the relationship that exists between the Convention of 1972 and the Convention of 2003. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Munir. This is this is a very fine piece of oral history, and very nicely recommended. Thank you very much. I think we have Hima.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me, I have the pleasure and an honor to announce the presence of His Excellency Gianmarco Mazzi, Under-Secretary of State of the Ministry of Culture of Italy, for his gracious presence this afternoon. Let us all give a big applaud. So, Your Excellency, I would like to welcome you to the podium to give your remarks.
Gentile Direttore
the Assistant Director General, dear Director of the Center for World Heritage, distinguished guests and authorities, dear all, allow me to start with some thanks to those who made possible such an event that is joining in Naples high officers and experts of UNESCO, honorable ministers responsible for the sites of tangible and intangible cultural heritage, and all the other guests that have come here. Thank you all. I would like to greet Ernesto Ottone, the Assistant Director General for Culture of UNESCO, to Elondo Lazar, Director of the Center of World Heritage. Good morning. Who, together with the UNESCO, the director of a UNESCO office in Venice, have supported the initiative and have also contributed to the organization that has been shared with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, with the City of Naples, and with the Italian Ministry of Culture, which I represent here. It is a tangible sign of the synergy among those all institutions that at different levels share the importance to celebrate the 1972 Convention and the 2003 Convention jointly, so as to make the integration of these two international instruments more and more synergic. The interactions among the two sectors and the interaction among nature and culture are the basis of the discussions and the debates that are the focuses of those 3 days that will end with a call for action, an appeal to make the conclusions of this event something sound so that those ideas may become real policies in member states. I would like to thank the City of Naples that decided to host this event and offered a multicultural scenario and a perfect example of the synthesis among the several types of heritage. And each one of you can appreciate all this during these days. The aim is to celebrate the 50th and the 20th anniversaries of the Convention on World Heritage, the Convention of 1972, and the Convention on Safeguarding Intangible Cultural Heritage dated 2003. Today, the international community is looking at the future of those instruments, and it's called to find new ways to make cultural heritage more and more integrated. and to make it an expression of the values it represents, looking at the conservation of heritage as name of national policies that have to be passed on to future generation, and at the same time it has to be considered as a mean to foster the participation of communities to active life, to promote the sustainable development that allows healthy growth and takes into account the challenges posed by climate change. In this living dimension of heritage, which is an innovative feature to nowadays, it also represents an invitation to find new ways of safeguarding this heritage. And a new relationship between institutions and civil society is a priority here. And both institutions and civil societies must be the protagonist of future. The pressure results that will surely come out of your debate and the work you are carrying out in these days will be the basis of new cooperations that we all support here, each one according to their role. Have a good day, everyone.
Grazie, Your Excellency. Now I give the floor to our moderator, Ms. Heba Aziz.
Thank you very much, Hima. And I would really like, on behalf of the panel, and I think, of course, on behalf of all the participants, to thank His Excellency, the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Culture, for the generous hospitality and the great food, intangible culture that we have witnessed throughout our stay. We'd really like to thank you very much. Please join me in a round of applause to thank His Excellency, the Minister of Culture. So we must be a special session. Yeah, we believe we are. Very good. Yeah, so please allow me to take the thread from His Excellency, the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Culture, and move over to my colleague, Jane Thompson. So Jane is an expert in cultural heritage. She has a great two hats in a way, working directly in the field with different projects and communities, and also being on the side of organization, be it UNESCO or advisory bodies, where she's been working with policies, strategies, and I think she's in a very good position. You are in a very good position to tell us more about how these policies exist behind the doors of UNESCO and ICRAM, and then go into the community. So Jane, just from that position, can you please just share with us what are the biggest challenges you think facing the sector of cultural heritage within the theme of today's, within the theme of communities? What are some of the challenges that you have seen in your career that you would like to share with us today?
Thank you very much, and a quick thank you to the organizers, the Italian Ministry. It's a great honor to be part of this event, I think, for all of us in the room. I would like to contrast Munir Bushinaki's opening contribution with a response to your question that takes us out on the ground. My colleague Rita Johansson from Norway will be familiar with this photo. I'm taking you to the Vega archipelago, where she took you yesterday briefly, but she didn't show you this photo. This is an amazing World Heritage Site because of its fragility. This is a place about how a communities over millennia, chose to live in this hostile place and found a way of life by working with nature. My question to you in terms of what our challenges are for communities, when you have a community of not much more than 1,000 people, next slide, how do you marry that with a national policy where your big economic drive for the whole of Norway is as much salmon aquaculture in the seas of Norway as possible? And how does the state party marry the agendas of a Ministry of Fisheries with a Ministry of the Environment and a Directorate of Culture? And that's probably one of the biggest areas where we are without possibly sophisticated enough instruments, or we're not using them properly to help people in the field like Rita find the solutions, or even change our understanding of what funding models are for heritage. Sometimes we should be supporting communities, not protecting heritage. Next slide. I'm now going to shoot you to another part of the planet. This is Sri Lanka. This is the site of Gaul, the historic town on a promontory of southern Sri Lanka. I'm taking you here because if you look at the green area that links the historic fortified town to the mainland, this area was the most damaged by the tsunami of 2004. And for me, I found it, we went there to work on a heritage impact assessment much later, but I found it an extraordinary homage to our failures as a sector. Now, this is 15 years ago. We are getting better. But at the time, if you take me to the next slide, at the time, our response as heritage experts in the international sphere, I speak of the advisory bodies, and I think it was the ECOMOS opinion at the time, was our focus was not on the fact this is the cricket pavilion and the cricket pitch that is on that piece of green land, run very strongly by the local community, which was devastated by the tsunami. In our response as the heritage sector, we focused on the cricket pavilion being too blue, instead of, let me take you to the next slide, instead of celebrating also the fact that the local community was showing resilience, bouncing back, and reinstating their cricket ground. So unless we start getting better about talking about positives, not just negatives, people don't listen to us. Last but not least, I'm going to quickly take you very close to home. The Undersecretary will be familiar with this, Herculaneum, just a few kilometers around the Bay of Naples, the sister site to Pompeii, where I've had the privilege of working now for 22 years. Herculaneum is stimulating, and it's not just stimulating because of amazing Roman archaeology. This is one of the, this site is situated in one of the densest areas of Europe. Torre Annunziata is the densest area of Europe, and it's got some very specific social economic challenges. In this environment, our system, and I'm not blaming anyone because this is a problem that we've all had in all our countries, our response to such a setting was not adequate through most of the 20th century. Next slide. If this was the view the visitors had who paid a ticket, a beautiful view of the ancient city and the Mount Vesuvius volcano that buried it behind. Next slide. This was the view the local community had of the World Heritage. And this was the good view. Next slide. Because most of the community saw a large, tall wall. Now, this is very symbolic for me to tell you about this today, because after 15 years, not 3 years, 15 years of hard work, that wall is coming down. The last piece of that wall is coming down this week. And we are inverting the trend radically at Herculaneum. I think to close my comment, I think, and this is going to be a topic for tomorrow, I think too often we are managing places where pressures meet, national economic growth versus local community needs, and we fail to implement an adequate response. We're just defensive. We're either protecting islands, we're creating islands of protection and attributes of nostalgia in this wider sea of environmental and cultural degradation, Herculaneum, late 20th century. Or we're creating islands of intense growth, tourism, and elite consumption, and we destroy the magic, some of the challenges that Venice is facing. Or worse still, Herculaneum, we fence things in and we forget about them, Herculaneum in the 1990s. So I think my message would be that to face these challenges, we really need to deal with things beyond heritage. We have to be part of the wider conversation. That's the best way that we'll get heritage agendas met. We need to create, I believe, alternative spaces of degrowth, social empowerment, and inclusion. I think my colleague Rita would agree with me that that's nowhere like Vega is inspiration for that. And we need to rethink how we frame heritage values and societal values. And this is my appeal regarding the two conventions. I think we need to be a bit more sophisticated and think of values, heritage and societal, they overlap, as a kind of series of contours on a map, a series of undulating strengths, intensities, hotspots, valleys. And I think if we get a bit more sophisticated, we'll do a lot better job at delivering use patterns of our environment that suit local community needs, make visitors happy, and meet environmental agendas. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That
was very eloquent. No, thank you very much. I think bringing both, the human side very concisely, being the local community, and of course the tourism, which I'm sure our colleague Peter tomorrow will be leading a session, especially on tourism at World Heritage Sites, bringing this two human components, those who live there and those who want to visit. We also, and prevent them from being continuously presented as a threat and a menace to the site, but actually as very important people who are living within these communities and people to whom we would like to communicate, visitors to whom we would like to communicate the value of these sites. There must be a way, if we have dealt with so many challenges, there must be a way of integrating this two very important and crucial component of the site, visitors, local communities, and the site itself. So really beyond conservation, beyond inscription, let's look a little bit further. We're going to move on to another example, and I would really like to introduce here Professor Mirella Lauda, who's a professor of geography at the University of Florence with different field of research, socioeconomic changes in the contemporary cities, focusing on historic cities and tourism. So another professor, another expert with us who looks at how we can integrate, visitors, communities, and within the sites and within its authenticity, the authenticity of the World Heritage Site. Mirella, you worked a lot in different places, and I know that the area of the Bamiyan Valley is very close to your heart. Maybe you can share. It's also a very contested, if you want, site with so many issues, that surrounds the listing of that site and the terrible incidents that took place in the Bamiyan Valley. Share with us your perspective from your work with the community in Bamiyan, and tell us a bit more about that site.
Thank you very much for giving me the possibility to share our experience in this very complicated but very interesting area of the world. In 2016, Florence University was invited by the ministry, the Afghan Ministry of Urban Development, to prepare a strategic master plan for the area of Bamiyan. A strategic master plan is a typical urban planning tool aimed at finding the best medium, long-term solutions for the enhancement of local community. Bamiyan was, since 2003, in the list of World Heritage. So the issue of heritage was a primary focus point for our strategic master plan. And at the same time, a strategic master plan is something that has to enhance local community. So these 2 points are very, very at the center of our attention. We realized very, very quickly that the local community is made up of many communities. So the first thing that we decided to do was to invest a lot of energy in trying to understand the local communities. And this was possible, according to our experience, with a long-term geoanthropological research on the field, thanks to the support of the Italian Agency of Development Cooperation. So this was at the center of our attention, to understand the local situation, the tensions, the problems, the opportunities, and so on. And to do this, we set up a very intensive empirical research, and I would like to stress this point here because to analyze a place is only possible actually if you conduct a deep empirical research on the field. This is, according to my experience, the only possibility of really getting in touch with local communities. So what we did is, on the one side, very typical for a strategic master plan, we conducted, there are we conducted standardized interviews for gathering information about the condition of the housing stock, the available infrastructures, and so on. And we had the possibility of interviewing 2,000 families in the area. That means about 12,000 people. So we gathered a lot of quantitative information, but as you can imagine from the picture, this was also a wonderful opportunity to go beyond the door into the yard of a house in this city where this type of activity is not, let's say, not easy, not obvious. But moreover, and this is also very important, we conducted many qualitative research with a typical technique of focus group, semi-standardized interviews, up to, and this is important, up to audio-video recording of different situations, and up to walk tracking. So this was a wonderful opportunity to get really in touch with people and to talk with them. So we had a very intensive listening practice. One more thing concerning this very extensive phase of research is that we decided to, how can I say, to involve the local community, not ex post, as it usually is in many projects that I have experienced, but to involve the community right at the beginning of the empirical research in the field. So we involved research fellows from the University of Bamiyan, Herat, Kabul. You were involved just in setting up the research design. Then we involved students as surveyors and so on. And all this gave us the possibility to develop a common vision and even a common language, a sort of vocabulary, a common vocabulary that made it possible to address problems, solutions, and so on. One, I think, maybe the most important thing that we did for involving the local communities was to set up a training program for institutional personnel working in the Ministry of Urban Development, the Ministry of Information and Culture, the municipality of Bamiyan, Herat, and so on. And they together, coming from different cities and also from different ethnic groups, let's say, this is very sensitive issues, this gave us really the possibility to ensure from the beginning the community ownership of the research process, not only of the results of the research. And I think this was a very positive experience, and I think that this experience still gives us possibilities to work on the site even after what happened in August 2021. So let's say the experience is there somehow. Many people have gone away, but people are still there, and maybe we can keep on working on the site. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mirella. Thank you for giving us a sort of a snapshot of a particular site that, as you rightly mentioned, has got a lot of issues, and the involvement of the community and the involvement of their narrative into the process of a master plan for the site is so crucial, and it is not contradictory to any of the values that the World Heritage communicates. So here, another example of a very good coexistence between policies on the one side and how these policies are driven from the ground, from the grassroots. So many interesting examples, many different scenarios that we are discussing together. I think maybe before I move on to our next speaker, I just like to share with you the whole area of the sacred and the profane, the sacred territories, the rituals, the sacred, the cathedrals, the mosques, the sacred traditional religious grounds has always been of great interest to see how does that, how can that coexist with the listing of a site as a heritage site. I decided to share some of my own photos on the screen now, and this is the church, the Cathedral of St. Stephen in Vienna, which was very interesting during my last visit there to see, of course, the cathedral being full of tourists. And if I can have the next slide, please. And then you have, for our German speakers, a little sign there to say for prayers, for worshippers only. Next slide, please. And then you find this very small corner of the people who wanted to use the cathedral for what it is meant to do, tucked away in a corner, in the middle of a big mayhem of tourists trying to, go on with their rituals, if you want, or with their sacred prayers, For me, I just find this kind of series of photos very, very much worth examining, looking at how we can coexist between the sacred and the profane when many of our sites that are on the World Heritage lists do still function as places of worship, as sacred territories, yet they are constrained by the convention on one side, and they have, by the tourism industry on the other. So it's a very interesting debate, this coexistence of the sacred and the profane in many of our sites. And now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Ertnasan Norov, really all the way from Mongolia. Dr. Norov has served as the Secretary General for the Mongolian National Commission of UNESCO, and he is now the President of the Mongolian National Committee for ICOMOS, and the president of an NGO that is on ICH, that is UNESCO-recognized Foundation for the Protection of Natural and Cultural Heritage in Mongolia. Dr. Norov, I just would like you to shed some light on how the sacred sites are handled in Mongolia, with them being listed, with them being visited by tourists. What is the coexistence between, that happened between communities and these sites as cultural sites? So maybe you can share with us, how the sacred rituals continue to exist in the light of the sites being recognized by UNESCO and being frequented by tourists.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hema, for giving me a word. First of all, would like to appreciate the government of Italy and UNESCO for organizing such very important event, cultural heritage of 21st century, and integrating two very important cultural heritage convention of UNESCO. Thank you very much. I am very pleased to be here as a representative of nomadic communities of Mongolia, maybe nomadic community, last nomadic community in the world who maintain nomadic living heritage. Because of in the world today, very few nomadic communities. Among them, Mongolian nomadic people, nomadic herdsmen, really are maintaining living heritage, nomadic culture. We very, very appreciate the two conventions of cultural heritage, because the two conventions have brought to Mongolian nomadic people so much for for reviving, for developing and protecting, safeguarding our outstanding nomadic intangible cultural elements. After last century, when our nomadic culture, our nomadic intangible cultural heritage were pressed under communist ideology, under motto for creating a common proletarian culture in previous socialist countries. Therefore, Mongolian nomadic people very pleased to these two conventions for reviving, safeguarding of our intangible cultural heritage and tangible heritage also. I would like focus on sacred landscapes issues, because cultural landscape, sacred landscape issues is very important for integrating of two convention proposes, because you know in 1970-2000 convention, very important issue for cultural landscape issues. World Heritage Committee inscribes many cultural landscapes on the World Heritage list for these values of integration, natural and cultural values. I think it says sacred landscapes are very best, maybe most manifestation of concepts of cultural landscapes. Therefore, I am focusing on these issues. Sacred landscape, really this property is which is made jointly by nature and man. Therefore, this sacred landscape plays a very important role in integrating intangible, tangible heritage values, and also integrating natural and cultural values. In Mongolia, everywhere, nomadic communities, for example, nomadic communities who are connected by relatives, kinship communities, and also community associated with one common pasture land and water sources, maybe communities of administrative last unit, small administrative unit, the community worship common one sacred landscape, maybe a sacred mountain, maybe water sources, maybe sacred forest, so on. Therefore, sacred landscape is, since ancient time, Mongolian nomadic people worship sacred sites. Thanks to this, in Mongolia, many places have been maintained and original ways, original situations. Nomadic people every day encountered with nature, and they really, from bottom hat like respect and maintain their sacred landscape. They have not only river, not only worship, they have very certain, very strong system of taboos, prohibiting harming land, prohibiting harming rivers, waters, forests, so on, and also prohibiting killing every living creatures, including animals, plants, so on. Therefore, sacred sites in Mongolia remain as last refuge places for rare, endangered, maybe some endemic species, including animals, including plants, trees, so on. Therefore, sacred site, very important role plays in protecting, safeguarding nature, also cultural heritage, intangible, intangible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nurov. Thank you for shedding the light on this, maybe area that is not often discussed. I really like the taboos, the land that belong to the people, and how we can deal with it when we come to do master plans, or when we come to discuss the wider existence between tourism, local community, and World Heritage Sites. So I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll probably come back to you with more questions. Let me now go to Dr. Eva Martinez, an anthropologist and a professor at the university in Honduras, working a lot with issues to do with public archaeology, cultural heritage, really working in the field. So similar to Dr. Nurov, they are coming with actual practical examples from the field. Eva, I remember when we were preparing for this session, we had a very interesting discussion about the different terms. So I was, in a way, a little bit not in favor of the term community development, as I feel maybe sometimes it has a top-down approach. And we had a very interesting and very engaging discussion about these lexical terms of community involvement, community engagement. Maybe just stepping into your academic field and into your research, and maybe shed some light on from your perspective as an anthropologist working in Honduras, about these terminologies and how do you apply them in the field?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for this great panel. Thank you, Heva, for doing such a great job managing all this information, and etc. So first, I would like to address your question, thinking about this practical experience we had in Honduras, developing a project, a pilot project on safeguarding intangible cultural heritage and disaster risk reduction, which was developed by UNESCO in Western Honduras. So first, I will address this topic of community involvement and community engagement. And I think later on, maybe on the second round of questions, I will talk a little bit more about community development and trying to problematize this concept of development. So, to begin with concepts, the United Nations Declaration on Community Engagement of 2005 describes community engagement as a two-way process by which the aspirations, concerns, needs, and values of citizens and communities are incorporated at all levels and in all sectors in policy development, planning, decision-making, service delivery, and assessment. And governments and other business and civil society organizations involve citizens, clients, communities, and other stakeholders in these processes. So, considering this definition, I think the main question here is how do we guarantee a representative and inclusive participation of community members in safeguarding projects or activities regarding cultural heritage? First of all, and I think Jane and Mirela have mentioned this already, we must recognize the diverse nature of communities. These communities that are bounded or defined by geography, by geopolitics, by history, by ethnicity, by self-affiliation, as communities of practice, etc. So we also have to recognize, as my colleagues have pointed out already, that communities are not homogeneous entities. So we might share a common history, we might share a common ethnicity, but we value cultural heritage differently, which lead us to issues of representation, which have been mentioned too, and legitimacy. So taking into account the complex nature of communities in order to guarantee a representative, inclusive, and active involvement of community members in safeguarding cultural heritage, we must understand the context, the social, the economic, the political, the cultural. Context is everything. Yesterday, some of the panelists highlighted the importance of communication, the importance of knowing the language of the communities involved, and the importance of understanding culture, as Mirela was telling us, in a holistic manner is crucial to understand communities and to be able to map all these different actors involved in safeguarding and management of cultural heritage. Once we have recognized and acknowledged the diverse composition of communities and their cultural context, we must implement mechanisms to consciously incorporate in our initiatives different perspectives, different voices regarding culture and cultural heritage safeguarding. The participation of communities in those processes have become a fundamental principle, especially as the public and social value attributed to places and objects related to cultural heritage has become increasingly important in determining the relevance and ways of protecting and safeguarding them. So the participation of communities is indispensable in the framework of culture as a global public good, as Mr. Ernesto Ottone indicated yesterday, quoting the Mondiacult 2022 declaration. Community-based approaches to safeguarding cultural heritage are well established in the 2003 convention, the Living Convention, as Nigel and Calada called it yesterday. And following the spirit of the convention, our project in Honduras consisted on two main activities. First, capacity building workshops. We have heard a lot about the importance of capacity building, and community-based inventory of intangible cultural heritage with emphasis on DRR, disaster risk reduction. So because of the objectives of our project, we decided to develop it in a very, very small rural town in western Honduras. I think you saw the previous slide. And this town was selected due to very particular environmental and social vulnerabilities. And so once we decided the place in which we were carrying out the inventory, we worked on the selection of participants. And it sounds like an easy task, but it's not. When you want to be inclusive and when you want to incorporate all these different voices, even these early stages in the design of a community-based project, in this case an inventory, could be tricky. So we have to deal with these tensions and conflicting interests sometimes, even within the same community. So once again, communities are not homogeneous. So we also, very similarly as the case Mirela was talking about, we incorporated people from the institutions who work with cultural heritage, community members, of course, also bearers, ICH bearers, etc. So we ended up with a very diverse group. But due to the pandemic, the exercise, the fieldwork, the actual fieldwork was conducted with a very small group of people. So basically, it was really a community-based inventory, like a community center inventory, in which the informants, as we call them traditionally in anthropology, became observers, and they became also researchers, actively participating in the design of the whole thing, designing the interviews, designing the way in which the inventory was going to proceed. So, and this is my final thought for now, in terms of promoting community engagement and looking at this from the outside, as a professional outsider, as anthropologists are called sometimes, in safeguarding cultural heritage projects, promoting community engagement, I would like to emphasize 3 elements. 1, know your community, know it well. Know its composition, its cultural context, its nuances. 2, be aware of legitimacy and representation. Who has permission to represent or talk on behalf of a group? We have to have a clear idea of this. And 3rd, don't forget consent. In the process of constructing trust, we can also construct consent. And we will learn more about the cultural heritage we are so eager to safeguard and protect. I think our colleague from Suriname made an excellent case yesterday for the relevance of consent, and what consent means and what it's not, right? Because sometimes we think we have done it well, but we have only done it superficially. So consent is important in order to promote community engagement. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva. Thank you for the anthropologist perspective. And it's refreshing to see the field of anthropology now being dominated by people from within the community and from within the same country. You know, I mean, I think we have moved away from the classic anthropological perspective that has got a lot of colonial tarnished by many colonial influences. So it's really great to find, to hear the voices of anthropologists from within the community. I had promised my fellow panelists another round of questions, but I'm also aware that we are into community involvement, and I think I need to involve you guys more in the process. So I think they have a lot more to say, but maybe they can say it in response to some questions, and we really would like to now open the floor for more involvement from you guys, from the participants. So I'd like to apologize from my fellow panelists, and maybe we can bring the second question as an answer to some of the raised questions, yeah, to create more of a conversation. So I'd like to open the floor now for questions, comments, interventions, keeping in mind that we are focused into the area of community involvement, community engagement, community development, and challenges surrounding this within the kind of limitations of the conventions text that we are dealing with. So the floor is yours. Joe, I can see Joe.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, and I'll be brief because I know we don't have much time. I wanted to actually first thank Munir Bushnaki for his. This doesn't have to do with communities again, but I really do want to thank Munir for the kind words about Yuka Yokileto. I know that a number of the people in this room were impacted by his teaching over many, many years, and I just really want to thank you for bringing that up today. So that's my first point. My second point, I have a question for Jane, which is specifically, since we're talking about, I mean, you said you don't like the word community development, and that's certainly a fair comment. So my question becomes, since the topic of today is talking about, you know, helping develop communities, my question becomes, what can heritage practitioners actually do to help communities, or to work with communities is maybe the better way to say it, in their development, and really specifically in terms of promoting resilience, promoting better quality of life, but really in a more concrete way. We can talk a lot, but concretely, what can heritage practitioners actually do on the ground, working with people in a particular place, a particular locality? Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Shall we take this one first? Yeah? Okay, let's do that.
I'll try and be quick. Thank you, Joe. I think the experience on the ground in Herculaneum is very poignant. I showed you the wall that's coming down at the moment, and that wall is coming down thanks to extraordinary multilateral collaboration. Ministries, institutions, municipalities, local people. The real weight in Herculaneum, the turnaround for us was 2004. We were trying to stop, we were navel gazing, we were dealing with the conservation agenda of archaeology, and it was a participant from an ECROM course, a participant from Botswana, who came as part of an ECROM course and really opened up our eyes to the fact we were neglecting what really mattered, which was the wider setting, and that without dealing with the wider setting and the local community, this place could go back to the situation, the problematic situation it was in the 90s as a sort of second site to Pompeii, rather neglected. That turnaround that has been built on community participation today is a very happy ending, because it's now, if it was in the early days, it needed external partners like the Packard Foundations to kind of galvanize action and be a catalyst for partnership. Today it is the ministry's Autonomous Institute, the Archaeological Park, that is making that difference. And I think that the big shift for us has been not just focusing on outstanding universal value. All the values matter. And indeed, possibly the values of the local community are the ones that create the magic and make visitors even happier. They don't need the big slogans. They want to discover the hidden secrets. And I think that emphasis we're now doing in a more systematic way with capacity inventories, community audits. We're trying to find out the names of every little district that the local people call them. So, and in that process, you bring them into the governance. So I think the lessons from archaeology, and it's ironic I take a place where civil society isn't in the site. I think archaeology can actually be a great place to talk about the issues that we're addressing in this panel, because you're forced to make more effort, because the places are often very divorced from the present. They're values that a few archaeologists get excited about, or maybe the wider public in a fairly limited way from a tourist agenda. So building those links and finding those narratives, that's at the heart of what the new authority's doing and what we're doing to support them. So I think we shouldn't always just look at elaborate cultural landscapes. We also need to look at every site typology. They can all teach us something about these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jane. And I really enjoy, it's interesting to mention the connection with archaeology. And maybe I go back to the photo that we shared in the beginning of, the whole dismantling of the Abu Simbel temple. That was really the effort of the people there. And, all these people that were involved were and they have a lot of stories that, unfortunately, when we go to the site now, we don't see that. So I think you've made a very interesting point of bringing archaeology into the question. Can I see any more hands up? Okay. Oh, I see Arya. I think you, yes, please, as the sound of the future. Can we have a mic for Arya, please?
I have it. I can give it to her, or maybe ask my question and later give it to her. Sorry. Sorry, Arya. So my name is Sarah. I represent a Greek archaeological site in Naples called Ipogeo de Cristallini. And so in cases where cities become primary tourist destinations and face the imminent threat of mass tourism, the community involvement might be the only remedy to counteract the extreme excessive commercialization of both tangible and intangible heritage. However, especially in economically disadvantaged cities or neighborhoods, the inclination to prioritize financial gains over the protection of their invaluable intangible heritage might be prevalent. So my question is, how can we effectively communicate the critical imperative of protecting intangible heritage to communities? And what measures do you suggest to concretely and comprehensively involve local communities in urban context and make them feel like a real part of decision-making processes in heritage sites? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know the issue of tourism is going to be discussed tomorrow with our very capable colleague, Peter De Bruyne. So I think maybe I will give the floor to Mirella, because you deal a lot with tourism, to make a quick intervention and comment on the question. Can we pass, please, the mic to Arya afterwards?
Thank you. This is, in fact, a very, very complicated question, but I would use now only the word communicating the importance of cultural landscape, because I think this is the only way that we have to find the solutions out of the pressing economic interest that bring many cities to prioritize tourism of cost of the cultural heritage. And I would like to bring shortly the example of the big issue of safeguarding cultural landscape. Please, if it's possible, my next slide. Preserving cultural landscape in Bamiyan has been a
Can we have the slide? Yeah.
Yes, this is an example of this cultural landscape. The quality of this cultural landscape is so wonderful that this is in the nomination of, in the UNESCO nomination, but in spite of that, it has proved to be very difficult to preserve the cultural landscape in Bamiyan, because the cultural landscape is a very complicated concept, we know it, and it is the way where all the dynamics and tensions in an area now express their energy, their economic interest, and so on. So we have come to the idea of, and we are just working now on that, to let's say to help local communities to understand the importance of this landscape also from an economic point of view, but not only. So we try to develop some tools and some opportunities for helping them look with the lens of the past, the conservation, but also with the lens to the future, because if they destroy such a landscape, also tourism will have no chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mirella, for this enlightenment. Maybe Dr. Munir, you have an intervention.
So I want to intervene on this topic because it is one of the urgent topic which is facing at the same time the preservation of sites, the preservation of cultural landscape, but also the discussion about the development of tourism. And I think we have a very good operation here in Italy, in Paestum, where every year we have this La Borsa del Mediterraneo per Archeologia e Turismo, this encounter, which is organized every November each year, is touching a site which was inscribed in 1998, not only an archaeological site, as Paestum is an archaeological site, but also all the environment around the site of Paestum, Valdidiano, Certosa di Padula, Velia, and we have seen all along the year how there is this interpenetration between those who are in charge of the management of the site as an archaeological site and museum, but also the Valdidiano, where we have seen all the values of the intangible heritage of the site. And of course, in Italy, we have so many examples of archaeological sites where there is over-tourism, and Pompeii is very close to here, and we know that there is a very great effort about management of tourism towards archaeological sites. And I am an archaeologist, and I was faced with this kind of situation because people, when they are invited by the tour operators, they want to see only some of the aspects of the archaeological sites, and maybe later I will show one of the examples in Southeast Asia, in Cambodia, with the site of Angkor. So this is a question that, again, can be discussed between the tour operators and the managers of the sites.
Thank you, Dr. Munir. I think, yes, the issue of tourism in Angkor Wat is very important, and it really sheds a lot of light. It's a pity that we are running out of time to sort of really point out. I don't know if we can bring this slide on the screen. It will be very nice while we get some more questions. Yes, we go back. Yeah, definitely. So anyway, if we can bring some pictures that just for the participants to see. Anyway, for now, I'd like to give the floor to Arya.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a personal question, if any of the panelists could answer, I don't mind. So along with writing books, actually, I also take presentation on preservation of cultural heritage amongst the youth of my age. But after the COVID, I noticed that the youth of my age, the children of my age, they're not quite so interested anymore in being involved in knowing more about our heritage. So I wanted to ask, can you suggest some ways in which I could engage them in wanting to know more about our cultural living heritage?
That's a very, very interesting question of youth engagement, and I think it's a constant challenge. It's an interesting area that you sort of related to the time of COVID, and that you've seen that COVID has changed young people's, maybe because they were kept away from the site for so long. I don't know if anybody, but maybe I can just mention, in my capacity, I worked for a few years as a director of the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage in a Category 2 center in Bahrain. And we noticed really with the statistics that there is a fewer number of young people visiting heritage sites. And we created some interesting competitions, amongst which was a gaming competition, where we encouraged youth to, as my children would say, to use Minecraft to create heritage sites, to select sites from the World Heritage List and to reconstruct them using Minecraft, which is a game on PlayStation, guys, in case you don't know, or you don't have teenager boys. So I think really we need to change the discourse, we need to change the parole, and to try to reach out to the young generations using the language that they like or that they are more frequented with. I think you are special in your extreme interest, but I'm sure that you see this amongst your classmates that people are more interested in maybe a bit more technological. We've also been working a lot with the World Heritage Center into digitalization, augmented reality, including a lot of technology for the interests of younger generation. So I feel maybe we also need to change a bit and sort of go along the lines of this younger generation. So we can discuss that together maybe after the session. I'm very conscious of the time. Maybe Jane? Okay.
I just wanted to add one line. In the early years in Herculaneum, we started getting loads of Australians, and we couldn't explain it. And it turned out that New South Wales in Australia, in its school curriculum, doesn't just have the history of Pompeii and Herculaneum, it has the conservation of these sites. And so there's a building of awareness amongst young people that these places are fragile and magical and need looking after. And it meant we'd get surges of school teachers and young Australians really excited about the fragility of these places. So I think a lot could be done also at the level of school curricula and definitely in multiple environments in which we don't talk about fragility or the potential of these places.
Very, very interesting, and really the inclusion of such sites in education, World Heritage education. We have very good examples even with us in the audience. I know that we have a colleague from Kuwait where they have included the teaching of the Sadu into their school curriculum in a very attractive way. It has been fully integrated into the preparatory school, the middle school curriculum as art education. So I really would like to mention here my colleague Manal from Kuwait, from the Ministry of Education, where she's been a leading of this particular intervention. Maybe we have a chance to hear from her in one of the interventions later on. I'm very conscious of time, but I know that I have one more question here. Yes, please.
Thank you.
I look at Susanna for screaming when time has to collapse. Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, it works. Thank you. I think it's an interesting line from yesterday with the community development today. And so I want to thank you for that, and also to Jane Thompson, using our society as a case. And I think it's very important to have the focus on the challenges that small societies have. When you have big industries in a state party that isn't agree with itself, how difficult that is for small societies with the World Heritage status. And I just wanted to reflect or ask, how can the practitioners and how can UNESCO help assist small societies? Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe this answers in the audience as well.
Yes. We have any further comments, or maybe comments on suggestions of how to include small societies? Yes. We have 5 minutes still. I had 5. Yes. Trust an Egyptian to keep the time, guys. So, okay. So, Lazar, please. Oh, we have. Is this waving or stop or intervention? Okay, guys, we have our big boss here. He wants to make an intervention. Can we have the mic to Lazar, please?
No, thank you very much. No, I just wanted to come back to your introduction at the beginning, because I think that set the tone of the discussion. But I wanted to come back to it as a way of probably trying to see a way forward, because that's also the reason why we're here, to see how we can now look at cultural heritage in the 21st century, if I can take the title again. And Heba, you said, you showed the picture of the first, I think it was the Temple of Philae, or exactly, of Abu Simbel, which you showed, and you said it was the first time communities were displaced. Of course, there were a reason to do that, because it was not only to display the people, but it was also to try to save now because of the dam project. But it is important to come back to this history, I mean, to what happened. And because I think we realize that probably at that time, communities, were maybe forgotten at this time because the focus was more on saving the ancient monuments which were important. And then we realize today that, of course, and what I wanted to say is that already when it comes to World Heritage, the fact that one of the strategic objectives of World Heritage includes the issue of communities was already a way of saying that no, in fact, communities should be central at the heart of the way we are looking into promoting World Heritage, promoting intangible cultural heritage. And I think one of the conclusions today is to say that we cannot do without communities. And I just wanted to come back to this because I found it so interesting to take us back and to realize today that we cannot do without communities.
Thank you. I would like to... That's a great way of concluding and bringing to the highlight and, our discussion. And I think I need to
If you allow
close the
me,
session.
Chair, this is exactly in line with what happened also in Jordan for the site of Petra in the 70s, the end of the 70s. You know that in the site of Petra in Jordan, people of the Bedouins were living inside the tombs of Petra. When we started to work on the management plan for the nomination of the site of Petra, the government of Jordan was asking for a support to find a way to take out from the tombs all the Bedouins, and they obtained a fund from the World Bank. They built a village near the site of Petra, and they displaced people who were living inside the tombs. But I heard that recently some Bedouins wanted to return to the places they were using, but there were, I mean, in a certain sense, there was a contradiction between the wish to have this site protected, opened to the public. Here also the question of over-tourism that we have to discuss, and also the climate change with the very heavy rains. I visited Petra one day where we couldn't enter to the site, and we were outside waiting the flow of water to get out, and it was dangerous, and some tourists died in this situation. I don't remember exactly the year. I think it was 85 or 86. But I think we were faced with this problem. Is UNESCO aware of the fact that this population traditionally lived in the site of Petra? And what should the government do to work with the community to explain that if they continue to live on the site of just to give a concrete example, as an archaeologist, it was bad to see that they were having fire inside the tombs. The fume was getting on the, and it was changing the quality of the tombs. So these are things that happened, and we have to find the way to protect these sites. We have had recently another example. I am glad to see one colleague and maybe also the ambassador of Cambodia here. When we received from the Prince Sihanouk of Cambodia, and I finish, the request to Federico Mayor to help the inscription of Cambodia on the same year when they finished a long war and a genocide. The inscription of the site of Cambodia, of Angkor, was done with the existence within the 400 square kilometers of the site of 112 villages inside the site. So the community was not taken out from the site. In Bamiyan, we have the same. Thank you. I don't want.
Thank
we
you
can
so
say
much.
a lot.
No, I know, and I know that we have.
I think this subject is so important. We will ask the authorities of Italy to do another meeting
yes.
and to go inside.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would just like to. Thank you, Dr. Munir. Thank you. I would like to extend my extreme gratitude and thanks to all of you for your interesting discussion. I'd like to especially mention ADG Culture, Ernesto Ottone, and Lazar Asamo from the World Heritage Center. Thank you for being here. Also, His Excellency, the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Culture. I think this is one way we know that our message is going through to the right people, governments, and international organizations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you very much.
Io sono anche italiana. Sì, parliamo italiano in questo. Sì, parlo italiano, come no?
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Heba and our distinguished panelists. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting our final session for the day. So I would like to invite our dear moderator and the panelists for session 5 up on the podium, please. For our distinguished audience, you might want to grab quick coffee and then be back in the room in 5 minutes, if that's okay with you. I'll hand over the mic to him from now on.
Good to see you. Hey, good to see you. I was wondering whether it's you. Yeah, it's me.
In the coffee break to please take their seats. So we will now begin the final session of the day, which is Cultural Heritage in Times of Conflict, Fostering Prevention and Peace Building. And our esteemed panelists will be led by Ms. Krista Picat, the Director of Culture in Emergencies Entity Culture Sector, UNESCO. Krista, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're well seated. Can we please start? So I have the honor to walk you through these panelists this afternoon in this beautiful palace. And let me start by expressing our appreciation to the Italian authorities for hosting this event. It really puts in the limelight the value of culture in itself and the beauty it carries. But our session will look at culture in times of conflict and how we can both foster prevention but also use culture as a tool in peace building. I'm very glad to have with me 4 panelists. We actually had invited 5 panelists to join us for this discussion. Unfortunately, Dr. Luxen from Belgium could not join us for personal reasons, but I believe that the panel represents really a nice variety in terms of regions and experiences that they each have, so I very much look forward to the interventions. So the idea is to look at culture and how culture is impacted in times of crisis, in times of wars and conflicts, but also how culture plays a role in the resilience of communities, in providing the platform for dialogue that promotes social cohesion, but also in recovery. So we will try to have 3 rounds of questions. So I have asked our panelists to be very concise so that we would also allow you to intervene and share your experiences. And I would start with my first panelist, Mr. Omar Mohammed, who is a historian from Mosul and lecturer at the University of Mosul, and who is known as anonymous blogger Mosul Eye. Through Mosul Eye, Omar set out to inform the world about the life under the Islamic State in Mosul. Now, of course, his focus has shifted to advocacy for social initiatives for the peace of Mosul, including the international effort to resupply the Central Library of the University of Mosul. So what I would like to hear from you, Omar, is your experience having lived through the ISIS destruction and also the life under the reign of ISIS. So how you, as a historian, as a blogger, how you found strength and how you could mobilize through your work communities for resilience.
Thank you, Krista. I would also like to thank Italy, which I am happily calling home now, and the UNESCO for organizing this very important conference. In fact, you asked a difficult question because when the conflict starts, the first thing that happens is that the parties involved in the conflict, they forget the sense of humanity of the population. So we are We are in fact not humans, we are numbers. But driven by my personal experience, having lived through conflicts, and also taking the ethical and the intellectual responsibility, I found the strength in the importance of telling the story of what happened. And that is exactly when Daesh occupied Mosul. The first thing they actually did, which is also how to connect this with the cultural heritage destruction, two symbolic events that actually changed the history of Mosul. One is when they arrived, and after a few days, they destroyed the most important site, which is the Prophet Yunus site, for which the city identified itself with. And the reason why it's significant and it changed the story of Mosul forever, the story goes in the city for generations that the city of Mosul is protecting by the divine because they accepted the message of Yunus. And they were granted that protection. And forever they will be protected by the divine. But when Daesh destroyed that historic site, the people realized that they no more have this protection. And it became easy to conquer and control the city. And the second part was at the end of their occupation, when they decided that they will also destroy another symbol of the city and the hope of the city, which is the leaning minaret of Mosul, Al-Hadba. At the end of the war, at the end of the battle, the people were trying to find some hope, but then that symbol of hope has also disappeared. In the middle, Mosul as a diverse city with a very diverse cultural heritage, but also cultural heritage that resonates with the communities, you would find a church designed very similar to a design of a 17th century mosque. Or you find a mosque like Al-Pasha Mosque, for example, is designed exactly like a church because the architect was actually the same, building the church and building the mosque. And this was heavily targeted during the conflict. Therefore, the people lost the connection to their heritage. They lost the connection because they realized that nothing is protected. They cannot connect or reconnect with what is on the ground. They needed some hope to take. But that didn't happen because everything was systematically targeted. Because it's also important to remember, when you know that your heritage and history is protected and preserved, you will act responsibly. But when you know that your heritage is no more protected, or it's actually no more there, you lose even the interest in contributing to that community. It becomes something very difficult for the communities to find the reason to even communicate. And that is also not about the religious heritage, it's also about the old market of Mosul. And this is how it was systematically targeted. For many who might not know Mosul, you would find in the city what they call it the Jewish quarter, the Christian quarter, the Muslim quarter. People might not meet in the neighborhoods, but they all have decided that they have a space to meet, and that is the historic market of old Mosul. They all communicate. It even contributed to the development of the local dialect of the city. Many of the proverbs have also emerged from that market. But when that market destroyed, they no more meet. And this is how the impact of that destruction actually took place. But as you already said, I didn't only hear about this, I didn't only document it, I was watching this as it happened.
Thank you, Omar. And thank you also for pointing out that, of course, when Daesh destructed Mosul, it was also the social fabric So it was not only tangible heritage, but also intangible heritage. So Madam Annie Tomé Tabé is well placed to talk to us about her work, or rather the impact of conflicts on intangible cultural heritage. She's an anthropologist and professor at St. Joseph University in Beirut, but also a member of the UNESCO Global Network of Facilitators of Living Heritage since 2011. And she has worked both in Beirut, but also in Syria and Iraq. Donc, c'est à vous. Racontez-nous un peu quel est l'impact des conflits.
What is the impact of conflicts on intangible heritage? I come from Beirut. I'd like to share with you some biographic information. We've been in a war since 1975. Domestic conflict, outer conflict. I don't want to enter the details. I just want to tell you that war has entered our lives, our memories, and our behaviors. It has ingrained in our behaviors. For people of my generation, it's too much war, you know. It's too many memories, you know. There's an overload of memory. This is just to tell you how strong, how heavy the impact of war is on intangible cultural heritage. Let me start from the negative impact, destruction. My predecessor has already evoked destruction. When we talk about destruction, we directly think about monuments, built-up environment, material heritage, and we don't really think about the human body, you know, the human being. It is destroyed. Humans are also carriers of knowledge, of know-how, of wisdom that might disappear with those human beings. And I know for a fact, you know, I could see it both in Syria and Iraq. The human treasures are disappearing, and I'm not sure that their wisdom, their knowledge, their know-how will ever be recovered in the future. And there is also a social destruction. We are talking about social fabrics here. And social networks, I'm not talking about the internet. I'm talking about, you know, networks of societies and of human relationships are destroyed because of conflicts, because of the disappearance of communities, and also economic networks, traditional activities, crafts are also disappearing. Omar has just talked about Mosul, but we have, you know, also another place that has been destroyed, the city of Aleppo, and, you know, lots of artisans, of craftsmen, of, you know, the musicians in the souk and the fraternities, you know, they were animating the spirit of Aleppo that has disappeared. Maybe it has been recreated somewhere else, but in a different way. You know, this destruction or these distractions contribute to a different lifestyle. You know, there is instability and there are bombings, but then there is a sort of other dimension. So life is divided between times of bombings and times where bombs are not falling. And people have to reconstruct their way of living as a function of these two times that are so different, you know, to be saved, first of all, and to save and protect their assets, their heritage, if they can, you know. And this includes also the intangible cultural heritage. I want to repeat something that all the refugees say. I've heard it in all the countries I've visited. Those who lose their homes lose their values. They lose their existence because they do not have anything, and this is one of the negative impacts. But we should also add that there are positive impacts as well. What do I mean? You know, the intangible cultural heritage is there to find solutions to help people to reconstruct their lives. For instance, in times of crisis, people look at the intangible cultural heritage. In case of famine, for instance, people go back to ancient wisdoms with the images of Gaza, the latest images of Gaza. We have seen people, since all the baker's shop had been destroyed, I mean, they were resorting to ancient cooking techniques to cook their bread, to bake their bread, you know. And people from rural areas know natural plants and they go search plants because they don't have money to buy vegetables. I saw that in Lebanon and you know, people are also ashamed, but you know, there are, you know, negative impacts, but also a positive impact on the cultural heritage, because in these times of crisis, cultural heritage is a resource. There are so many examples. I better stop here. Thank you.
Annie,
thank you very much, Annie.
At the times of crisis and situations of difficulties, we often have an instinct to find strength in our traditions, in perhaps our favorite meal or music or in our community. That's why, of course, intangible cultural heritage is so important. Our panelist, Dr. Luxen, who unfortunately couldn't join us, he actually wanted to also emphasize the importance of synergies between the different UNESCO culture conventions, including, of course, the 1954 Convention on Armed Conflict, but also the 1970 Convention on the Fight Against Illicit Trafficking. He mentioned in particular also the international instruments that exist as Rome Statute, but also the UN Security Council resolutions. I'm sure that you all know the Resolution 2347 of 2017, which also recognizes the importance of preservation of culture and also flags the importance of the fight against illicit trafficking. And I'm sure that our next speaker, Mr. Kong Putikar from the Cambodia National Tourism Authority at the Office of the Council of Ministers, and who is also the focal point of two World Heritage listed sites in Cambodia, I'm sure that you also have experienced conflict, but also the impact not only on tangible heritage, but also how these fragile situations also give ground to looting and illicit trafficking. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I answer to your question, I would like to first express my thanks to UNESCO and the Italian government for the invitation and for the opportunity to participating in this important conference. Of course, I have listened from yesterday and the previous discussion from the perspective of the experts, of the professionals, and of the academics on how fragile the cultural is. It's even be easily affected by the tourism, easily affected by the community. But in times of war, it even worse, actually. War is the root of all destructions, not only the lives of the people, also the right to access anything. And cultural heritage is no exception. It's also affected by this act of wars. This year, this month, Cambodia celebrated the 70th anniversary of the independence days of our country. But during these 7 decades of independence, we experienced a lot of turbulences. We spent half of it in wars and in the what we call conflicts. And these caused a lot of destruction to our cultural and heritage and intangible heritage. And from this experience, I can share with you that the war and conflict can cause not only the immediate impacts, but also the long-term effects on our cultural heritage. First, the war can directly destroy the cultural heritage through the exchange of fires, through the bombing, and through the uses of the cultural heritage as the military base, which given very fragile situation to the cultural heritage. And it's also displaced people, killing life. Cambodia had lost more than 2 million of its population during the Khmer Rouge period. If most of you don't recognize this period, you can refer back to the movie of Killing Field, or the movie of First They Killed My Father, starred by Angelina Jolie. You can learn from this situation. And from the long-term effect, I think the site also affected by the looting activities, vandalizing, and illegal excavation. Furthermore, the negligence during the war and after the war also leave the way for the nature to encroach our cultural heritage, as well as leaving the cultural heritage to the force of the natural disasters. And in the long-term effect as well, after the war, I think we also experienced the landmine and UXOs at the site. And it took a lot of life of the Cambodian people. Between 1979 and 2021, more than 65,000 victims of mine and UXO, and among them 20,000 died. But until today, we also still affected by landmine. Some area we cannot access, and some land people cannot cultivate. And I hope that in the future, maybe we can solve these issues, but it takes more than 20 years, but we haven't solved it yet. Moreover, the war also traumatized the people, affect the psychological thinking of the existing generation, also affect the next generation as well. So this might take more time to heal, more time to recover, and I think that we will recover from this in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kong, and thank you also for flagging the next generation. I'm sure that Ms. Oluwatoyin Sogbesan, a Nigerian architect and cultural historian and heritage specialist who has founded and is director of ASA Heritage Africa Foundation, a non-governmental organization focused on heritage identification, documentation, and preservation. I'm sure that you, coming from Nigeria, where 60% of the population is under 25, you can tell us how this next generation is impacted by situations of emergency, including conflict.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to stand on the existing protocol and say a big thank you to UNESCO and the government of Italy for this opportunity. Before I answer that question, I would love my first slide to be on. And I would like to engage everyone and ask, what do you see? If you take a few minutes, I'm sure you'll tell me what you see. Okay, Liza, tell me what you see.
I'm not the one to answer this question. I mean,
just help me.
No, well, but picture has disappeared, but I'll say that what I saw traditions, I saw knowledge, I saw cultural landscape, I saw territory.
Thank you, Liza. You're talking. What else do you see? What do you see? I want someone that could tell me what they see, not what Liza has on his table. And anybody, I just want a word. Yes, please.
Can we have a microphone over there?
What do you see?
It's further down.
We hear that a picture, a photograph, tells 1,000 stories. So what do you see?
Okay, what I saw on the picture was, I would say, traditional huts where a family resides.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. That picture says a lot. Liza was just going to take us ahead. The picture shows you knowledge, indigenous knowledge systems that creates knowledge systems that's passed from one generation to the other, knowledge systems that allows people to flourish, knowledge systems that becomes an identity of the people, knowledge systems that foster social cohesion with the people and brings about not just inclusion of the community, but it helps them to foster relationship with their neighbors. It's that knowledge system that you're looking at. You see the hands of women weaving those baskets. You see children running around those huts. You see people laughing. You see peace. That is what that one picture tells me. So to your question, Madam Chair, the impact of conflict on all that I have said is emptiness, bleak, a stop to economic growth, a stop to education, a stop to livelihood. It is, do you want me to continue? So it's a stop to the next generation growing. And it means people leave their homes, they run away in fear. I don't want to reiterate what my colleagues have said about bombs and all. Is you not knowing what tomorrow holds for you. Is you not knowing if you will have an identity at the end of the day. Is you not knowing where home will be. Is you not knowing where to go back to. And is you, at the end of the day, having to flee for what is called life. It doesn't cost anything. You will say, we were told today it's just water when the rain of Naples came down. But the point is, it's modern life with what you see. So how does it affect my people, Madam Chair? It means you stop the growth of the people. It means there's no future. That's what conflict brings to the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this powerful message. I think it resonates very strongly and sets the scene now. The second round of questions, I would like to now bring you closer to the power of culture. And how can we use our traditions, our heritage, as a platform, as a tool to actually build more resilient societies, to build peace, to promote social cohesion. One of the most vivid examples, I think, in UNESCO's history is also our engagement in Mosul. Our Director General launched the Revive the Spirit of Mosul initiative in 2018. And this is exemplary in many ways, and I would invite, of course, Omar to share his experience, first-hand experience with us. But for UNESCO, this has meant a major engagement in terms of not only rebuilding monuments, mosques, churches, cultural centers, but as the title of the initiative indicates, it's all about also the soul of Mosul. So how can we bring back people? And this also goes, of course, through activities other than just engaging communities in reconstruction of the buildings. Omar, before I talk too much, over to you.
Thank you. It's important to think about it this way. When a city was just destroyed, almost 80% of its landscape, heritage, housing units, etc., were either entirely destroyed, partially damaged, and many other levels. But the people who woke up after the liberation and they saw nothing but destruction. And the big question was how to give the people in Mosul hope to continue. And that was also the most dangerous question and needed an answer. Is it about quick recovery? What to do? Reopening the markets? What exactly should be done? Just leaving the troops in the city, showing them that everything is okay, you are safe? The answer was in the cultural heritage. And I still remember this with pride. The first thing, while the city was still half of it, is going a fierce battle between the Iraqi security forces and Daesh. we decided to restore hope on the top of Prophet Yuna, which I mentioned to you earlier, where the people thought that they have lost the divine protection. We decided that we are going to play music on that tomb to show the people that you still have hope. And you can see there is a mix of intangible and tangible heritage on that side. It represents the greatest value for the people. And that's how the people found the answer is actually in their cultural heritage. And also, it's also important to mention that during the time of the destruction, and this is something that I will remember always, but it's also related to the policies of prevention. Are we doing enough about the prevention of destruction of cultural heritage? And that is also about the awareness. I was struck by, while we were watching Daesh destroying our heritage, some people, in fact, said that they didn't know that this site actually exists until it was destroyed. And that was also the problem. But then, after the destruction and after the end of the battle, the heritage was once again the answer. They saw the destruction of Al-Hadba, they saw the destruction of Notre Dame de l'Ordre de Mosul, or colloquially known as a Sa'a Church, the Dominican Church, the Church of Al-Tahira, where it resides in the complex of the church quarter, connects the Muslim neighborhood with the Christian neighborhood, and it's on the way to the market. You have to pass by this quarter if you go on your daily life. And here came actually, and this is why it's historic, the initiative of UNESCO, Revive the Spirit of Mosul. It was not just about the recovery of the stones, because they can actually be rebuilt, but how do you restore the spirit of that wounded city? People need something to heal them, because their wounds were very deep. You cannot just heal it by rebuilding their houses and bring them back to normality. It's a generational wound as well. When they saw, and one of the things that I personally observed, instead of having conversations about the destruction, it's no more also about the terrorism. The debates we were having in the city is, how should we rebuild the mosque? And now we are talking architecture. How do we, what color the stones and the bricks should be? Should the minaret be brought back leaning or standing? Many more discussions that help the people quickly come to the realization that there is a great value in the heritage that we probably have missed in the past. But I think there is still time to take this heritage, but not for granted as it used to be, this time with more care, this time with more responsibility. And that's why I believe, especially in the context of conflict, the answer might not be just, of course it's necessary, the emergency relief and more, but you will always need to think about the next 10 years, the next 20 years, but also thinking about the next generation. We need to give them tools, we need to equip them with the hope they need to continue their life. But also, because healing is a very long process, you need to always prepare them and to also change the visual space, because nothing was there but destruction. But now, it's not just the destruction, it's the beautiful image of people working hand in hand to rebuild their cultural heritage. And it's also important to mix always between tangible and intangible. The story of An-Nuri Mosque is a unique story. It's also related to the 11th, 12th century, when the land was completely abandoned. And then someone at that time also I'm happy that he was also called Omar. He suggested to in the 12th century suggested to the Zangid governor of Mosul, the only way to end the myth of the spirits inside that land is by building a mosque, and therefore the mosque was built, and it created a unique economic, culture, and a system of communication among the population. And I think that's exactly how the Revive the Spirit of Mosul brought about the meaning of communication between people, but also having tools and materials in their hands to help them continue this communication.
Thank you, Omar. These educational and intangible cultural heritage aspects are important. Annie, would you share with us some experiences that you have seen, how communities use intangible cultural heritage in situations of emergencies, but also post-conflict and wars?
I didn't speak about refugees and camps. I observed in many camps that people who gather, pourquoi je parle en anglais, les gens qui se...
People who gather in camps come from different regions and have different intangible cultural heritage. In Jordan, in the Zaharatari camp, it's now a huge town. I was there in 2016. There were 615,000 inhabitants, people from all over Syria, especially southern Syria, but also many people coming from elsewhere. So a patchwork, a society that was a patchwork, and they needed to recreate an intangible cultural heritage that might belong to everyone in a way. And I observed that they have a sort of dance. It's a street dance that is specific for Damascus, and they have recreated a dance that is now called the Syrian dance. There are lots of school teachers who are now without a job, and they have started learning, traditional crafts for their livelihood. For instance, there is a famous glass blowing technique, They also have other crafts, and a calligrapher, an Arab calligrapher, started teaching calligraphy to children. Well, I would have so many things, so many examples, but as a matter of fact, the idea is that this society doesn't want to lose at least their Syrian identity. Now it's a patchwork of different bits of cultures, but it's important that they can continue living and recreating a town. I mean, the camp will become a full-fledged town. I'm sure that friends from Jordan who are in the room will not be that happy, but it's a question of reintegration, of reinvention of the intangible cultural heritage. This is a case. And another case that I want to share with you is the case, it's the case of the Iraq's Yazidis. How to reunite a community that has been massacred or preserved because they were in the Iraqi Kurdistan and in the Nineveh Plain and in the Bashika Basin close to Mosul. How is it possible to reunite all these people around the project of protection of intangible cultural heritage? With the support of UNESCO, we have started an inventory of this heritage. And it is not exactly the inventory per se, but the very fact of gathering the three components, the three components of the population who are, in conflict with one another. They have their own NGOs, in brackets. How we could, have them work on the same project. And this is Yazidi sanctuary. These structures, even if they do not have an extraordinary heritage value anyway, they are very important religious sites for these minorities that do not come from monotheistic tradition and that is marginalized and this mausoleum had been destroyed in Sinjar, in the Nineveh Plain, and in Bashika Bazani. And I thought that we might also do two inventories. These mausoleums and the way they are built and all the workers and professions and crafts that are involved in their constructions, and the rituals, all the rituals that occur in these sanctuaries. I'd like to show the second slide. Can you show the second slide? It is not only the rituals, but also music and dance and food and all the practices, the clothings, the gowns, etc. So what do I mean? In this community that is divided, fragmented because of an overloaded memory and because generational separation, the youngest being in the south and the oldest being in the north, and they have invited, they know dialect, Yazidi, they would speak the same dialect, but they name it differently. They have been obliged to communicate, to interact, and in making this inventory, and when we got to over 100 sanctuaries and 400 items of the intangible cultural heritage documented in Kurdistan, in the camps, in Bashigabani and in Sinjan, to see the differences and the impact of the conflicts on this intangible cultural heritage. And this is a project, this is work in progress, and we will continue this month. Thank you very much.
This work of inventorying is also a way for us to raise awareness. Kong, we worked with you, or rather had a pleasure of supporting your activities in Koker, working with local communities through UNESCO's Heritage Emergency Fund. Could you perhaps share this experience?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Koke case, after the conflicts, the community stayed there and they survived the conflict somehow, but they are still badly affected by the war, the trauma of the wars, and the remains of the landmine and UXO. So we can access the site until 2001, when we successfully integrate all the Khmer forces, the remaining Khmer forces, to the Royal Cambodian Armed Forces. This is the major change for the Cambodian, that we can eliminate all the artificial boundary within our country, and we reunite all the people in the country. So from 1979 until 1999, even though we overthrow the Khmer Rouge regime, but the Khmer Rouge still control 1/3 of the land. So we don't have a complete peace for Cambodia. So we still, one hand, reconstruct our society from the ground zero, and one hand, we have to protect the country from the Khmer Rouge come back. So this is the situation that we were struggling with. And luckily that inspired by the Buddhist teaching, Buddha teaching, that we believe that violence should not be returned with violence. That's why the government introduced the win-win policies that could secure the integration of the Khmer Rouge forces to the Cambodian Armed Forces with 3 security that we provide. First, if we secure the right to live for those who integrate to our society. This is the first thing. The second thing is the secure of right to the employment. It means that if during, if they are the farmer, they can continue to be a farmers. If they are soldier, they can be a soldier, but on the Cambodian Royal Cambodian side. If they are the merchant, they continue the merchant. And the last thing is the right to the ownership of their belonging. So what they belongs, the property belong to them, they can keep them. The land, the money, or whatever they have, they can keep it. So these 3 policies that can convince the Khmer Rouge to integrate to Cambodia government. And that's why we can access the site. So Koke actually, we can access after 1999. And then the government start first with the demining activities, that we building the road to the site, that we can access the site in 2004. And then we start zoning of the site, because we see the significance, the importance of the cultural value of the site. And then how we start protecting the site, including the inventory documentation by the Ministry of Culture and Fine Arts, and so on. And later, we also have the support from the UNESCO Emergency Heritage Fund to help us building the document for the nomination of the site in the World Heritage List that we started in 2019 until 2022 to complete. And then during the process, we also received the emergency fund on the demining activity to support the government to demining their site, and also to do the what we call the risk reduction on the natural disaster risk reduction, that we can plan, we can build a plan to how we respond to the natural disaster to the site with the participation of the local authorities. So I think
and the work culminated in the inscription of the site.
Yes.
At the 45th World Heritage Committee meeting.
In Riyadh.
In Riyadh.
In last September.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Before going back to Oluwatoyin, I also wanted to share Dr. Luxen's experience. He, as I said, is in charge of the International Coalition of Sites of Conscience, which is a global network of sites that bear witness to conflicts or human rights violations at national and international level, such as the World Heritage Sites of Island of Gorée in Senegal, and the ESMA Museum and Site of Memory in Argentina. So Mr. Luxor wanted to really emphasize the value of these sites, in particular documenting the facts to promote reconciliation and also involving young people with special awareness-raising actions via the media. So now, Oluwatoyin, back to you and Nigeria. Can you share your experience with possibly also engaging young people in using culture as a means of promoting social cohesion, dialogue? How do we engage the future generations?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We engage the younger generation in a lot of ways. So one of it is through the intangible knowledge system. And how do we do this? Within the World Heritage Site like Sukur, they pass on their intangible cultural heritage from one generation to the other through oral tradition, just like every or majority of African communities. And one of the ways they've done this is by making sure that their younger generation have a good understanding of what constitutes their identity. And this identity helps, let me take a simple example. Sukur is one of those sites that's built with stones. They're huts. Someone said they saw the huts, but they're huts built with stones. And this knowledge of building with stones is passed on from one generation to the other through their oral histories, as well as their spiritual traditions that are celebrated every year. And the younger ones are initiated, like the boys have a certain time when they're initiated into adulthood. And this is passed on, and it's still celebrated till today. So involving them in these activities help to keep that culture alive. During the conflict, during the insurgents, the community is not always, they're farther from the neighboring communities, but the situation allowed these other communities to come live with them, which meant they had to kind of learn to understand each other. Their children had to go to school together. The facilities were not enough for them because now you have more people living around the mountain, but they needed to live side by side by the other communities. So this way, the younger ones interact with the new people who moved into the area. They go to school together. Now they see that because their community was under invasion, they got the people in Nigeria, fewer people nearer them, the states got to know more about the site. So you would have expected that Sukur is a World Heritage Site, it should bring in more tourists, but it's not that way because it's up north, and up in the mountains, some people didn't even know about it. But when this happened, younger people, even within the academia, wanted to know more. Sometime 2 years ago, we couldn't visit because of the insurgents, but the king decided to come down. So Sukur came to us, simply because they knew it's brought about trust between them and their neighboring community, and they want to share their history. And they knew that whatever research people were doing about them, it was for the betterment or for the documentation of their heritage, and they wanted to come and share. And today, I am happy to say Sukkur have younger ones in the university. We have them graduating from the Ahmadu Bello University, and now they are becoming custodians of their own heritage. The king does not necessarily have to speak in English, but their youths are now doing that and documenting their own heritage and able to talk about their own history. So I think this is the beginning of documenting intangible cultural heritage through direct original owners of those heritage.
Thank you so much. Documentation is also one of the important aspects of preparedness. So perhaps the final round for the panelists from me before we open the floor for comments and questions from the public, I would invite you, each of you, to put forward some recommendations for how could we do better. Perhaps it's about preparedness, perhaps it's about ICTs. So we really want to hear from your experience what you think would be the means for us to do better. Omar, let's start with you.
I believe, and it's from an experience, what we saw in Mosul, but also recently the response to the damage of cultural heritage in Ukraine. I believe the answer is to increase the global mobilization, to have more cooperation on many levels, to have measures in hand to respond to the time of conflict. But it's also important to look further and deeply into the prevention policies. While there are prevention policies, we have actually, or the international community has actually acted only after the destruction happened. And when there is no conflict, we don't think about the future of that heritage. We need to always think, and it's sadly, the reality is that cultural heritage will always be at risk. Therefore, our response should be that we should always be ready to respond to any possible damage. But add to that, to the conflict, that the risk of the climate change and the possibility that climate change can also drive more conflicts and eventually will lead to more destruction of cultural heritage. I think that's why we need to, as I said, increase global mobilization, but also to look at the prevention policies and try to work earlier, not after the destruction had happened.
Excellent.
J'aurais peut-être d'abord à un niveau international.
At an international level, I might, suggest, I'm not recommending anything, but I dare to suggest something. We often speak about, and I often asked this question, how can we reach out to communities in times of conflicts, at times of conflicts? I'm talking about UNESCO and Ambassador Ottone yesterday told us, reminded us of the fact that UNESCO is an intergovernmental international NGO and interacts with states, with governments, and with all the strategies that I've known for facts in communities after the impact of the conflict in the Middle East. We might, find mechanisms to reach communities, to communicate with communities without the filter of states and governments. In domestic conflicts, governments might be involved, you know. I think that we should really reflect on this. And at an international level, I've also seen that NGOs, international NGOs, they often have their toolkits ready, you know, how to develop resilience of communities, of, you know, refugees or displaced people, etc. They have, you know, ready-made solutions. They use it everywhere, but it's not effective. It doesn't produce any result because it doesn't correspond to the local needs. So maybe we might you know, raise the awareness of international NGOs to pay attention to be sensitive to the culture of, you know, displaced people, to their intangible cultural heritage. Some measures might be therapeutic. I've tested them with the Syrians in Lebanon, you know. But I've also realized that they like the idea of reviving what they had back home and that they didn't have in Lebanon. So at a national level, Omar, you know, was alluding to cultural policies that to prevent conflicts upstream, you know, before they happen. It's also important that we start inventorying the intangible cultural heritage. In Lebanon, we saw it when we were assessing, you know, the damage to intangible cultural heritage. When there is no inventory, there are, you know, some, you know, crafts like calligraphy because they have an inventory, you know, but otherwise, you know, you're lost. You do not know what to do, what to look for, on what to assess. And then there is another level, the level of communities. This is extremely important, and I want to refer to what has been said about engaging young generations. Young people in Lebanon or also in Iraq, they hate what they are. They hate their identity. In Lebanon, we have a project for the introduction of, you know, these subject matters as a cross-cutting subject matter, you know, in all the curricula. Young people refuse their Lebanese identity, and it was even before the explosion in the ports, etc. I mean, the current crisis. They are looking forward to leave the country, but since they have started studying their intangible cultural heritage, they are reconciling with their identity. There is a lot of work to do, also projects at the level of communities to sort of restore social bonds. I've seen it in Lebanon, I've seen it in Iraq. We talk a lot about reconciliation. There have been reconciliation rituals, and the intangible cultural heritage has been very effective at this level. But we feel that some communities hate themselves, you know, they hate one another. They don't want to meet, you know. And it's important that they, are prevented from starting a new conflict. I mean, things have not ended yet. Thank you. I mean, if we continue in the same direction.
Merci beaucoup, Annie. Kong?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there are certain ways that we can prepare for to preserve our cultural heritage in times of conflicts. These include the documentation of the site, that we can know what we have, and then what to protect. And in these regards, we also received the emergency fund from the UNESCO for the digital archive of the site. I think the technology may help a lot, that we can do it faster, more efficient, and we can store it for a longer period of time. This is very important. The other thing is to engage the local community participating in the efforts of protecting the site, preserving the site. And the third one is the capacity building for the local authority, for us to protect, to preserve the site. And I also would like to echo Omar, what he had mentioned, that normally we take action after what happened. So we run behind the problem. So we can only prevent after the incident happened. But for us, for me, I think that if we can look deeper to the root cause of this problem, which we understand clearly that this is caused by war and conflicts. And we also understand that culture is a very powerful tool to bring people together, to narrow the gap of the misunderstanding between each other. Then I think that culture can be a tool that we can mitigate the conflicts and wars. And in this regard, I think that UNESCO is the biggest organization in culture. So my suggestion that if UNESCO could play a more role in peace building, in cultural diplomacies, in bringing the state together to avoid the war. Of course, there is conflict everywhere, but the solution is not only the war, that to resolve everything. We have many different things. So if the UNESCO can bring the state together to understand better through dialogues, through the communication, then I think some of the unnecessary war can be avoided. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Kong, for reconfirming the relevance of and actuality of UNESCO's mandate to promote peace by bringing people together and making us, regardless of our differences, work on common goals and finding this common ground, what unites us, being humans. Oluwatoyin, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate that without the community, that's without the people, their intangible heritage that brings about the tangible that we all celebrate, will have nothing. I'll suggest like my colleagues have suggested, that we take time. It is time, the time is right for us to encourage education. I'll say education. I'll say again, education. And what do I mean by that? It is time for us to encourage the education of our younger generation about our culture. Not just our culture in terms of the intangible, but the tangible. You cannot build a traditional Yoruba house or a traditional Hausa building without understanding why they put their windows in a certain way. They've used their available local materials to understand their local condition, environmental condition, to provide the spaces that is needed. And it is only when you understand that you can design for them effectively. So I'll say education is key. Education allows me to understand who you are and respect you. Education allows me to know your culture and respect it, so I know my bounds in dealing with you. Education allows me to respect your religion and your religious beliefs. It doesn't matter if you're Christian, Muslim, or a traditional worshiper, Buddha, it doesn't matter. The main thing is you're human, and culture brings about that empathy, and culture can help us build unity together. So I'll say educate the young for us to have a better future. Thank you.
What a nice way to wrap up my questions to the panel. The floor is now open to you. I'm sure that there is plenty of expertise and experience in the room, so please.
Thank you very much for the important information which you shared with us. These days, some communities in Armenia are facing new challenges in the framework of the implementation of the convention. The large-scale military attack of Azerbaijan against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh is September 19, 2023, resulting in forcible displacement and ethnic cleansing of the entire indigenous Armenian population, has amplified the urgency of joint international efforts and intervention of the protection of the cultural heritage of Nagorno-Karabakh, both together, tangible and intangible. Today, 120,000 people are deprived of the opportunity to reproduce and ensure the continuity of their collective identity in the communities of their historical homeland. The question is, are there any mechanisms or programs for the protection of cultural rights of refugees? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, let's then take another question. Yes, please.
Thank you. Is that a question or a comment? Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Thanks to the chair as well, and the panelists. While you were talking, I was thinking about our experience in Yemen. We have been through a difficult time for the last 8 years of war, and thinking about the war, we have been thinking about our past, our heritage. And it's mentioned that during our heritage and during our history, ancient history, there was a queen. Her name was Balqis in Arabic, Queen Sheba. When King Solomon declared war against Yemen and against her kingship, she gathered her fighters and her army leaders, and she was seeking advice from them. What can we do? Shall we fight Solomon? Solomon is the most powerful man and king at the time. So they said, we are ready for war. But she came with a brilliant idea. She said, instead of declaring war, we should use what we call now diplomacy of present. So she sent him some sort of incense, frankincense, all the way on caravans to Solomon. And then they rebuilt a new diplomatic relationship between the two countries. I was thinking about this and was thinking about her heritage, the Queen's heritage in the kingdom of Saba, which is Sheba in Marib. And we started working on this site, which composed of 5 sites: Marib Dam, which is very ancient and very famous, and 3 temples of the Sabaean religion, in addition to Marib city. And we were successful in inscribing this site just in January, in the extraordinary committee meeting in last January. Thinking now, during the war, which is a bit calm nowadays, thinking about our history, our experience, this wise queen experience in building peace and preventing war, fighting this powerful king, and how can we digest, how can we revive her experience by bringing back these sites, 5 sites which are inscribed. How can we take the experience from her, and how can we use these sites to restore our history and to take the experience from our history? This is one example. The other example, in Paris, just 2 months ago, you know, among each society there are divisions, and in Yemen there are lots of divisions, politically, religiously, and some other divisions. But in Paris, we had a very beautiful, nice night full of music, Yemeni music. And all Yemenis from different, and French as well, because it was in Paris, different Europeans as well, they came to this party. All about songs, Yemeni songs from the south, from the north, from the west, from the east, from Hadramaut up to Sana'a, from Aden as well. It is all about music. All Yemenis, regardless of their political and even religious differences sometimes, they attended, they were very happy, and that shows me and shows us all how powerful is word, how powerful is art, music, song, how can we use our culture to rebuild peace in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the panelists for this very instructive session. I would like to stress 2 of the outcomes of this session. The first one is that we need to prepare for conflict so that we can recover. And I think we need to learn from the 1954 Convention, prepare the protection of cultural heritage in times of peace so that we can protect it and recover after the conflict. And this is also true for the intangible cultural heritage. And we had witnessed this in Morocco in last September when we had this earthquake. As Annie said, we have the inventory of monuments and sites, not all of them, but we have the inventory of the main monuments and sites, and we know what were the sites destroyed by the earthquake and what were the others that were hit somehow by this event. But we didn't know how to deal with the intangible cultural heritage because there was no inventory outside of the elements inscribed on the lists, no idea about the practitioners of the intangible cultural heritage. And this is very important to have inventories in times of peace, in times when there are no hazards, so that when we are facing a conflict or a natural hazard, we can recover, we can search for the people, we can know exactly what were those who were impacted by these events. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Merci aux panélistes pour les riches.
Thank you for the contributions. And I'd like to talk about intangible cultural heritage. Usually, we call it we call it intangible cultural heritage. What is it? It is nothing than a strategy that people found to adapt to their natural environment and to the social environment they live in. And therefore, this is intangible cultural heritage because it responds to some criteria which represent defeats and challenges. But what happens in times of conflicts? If we take Article 2 of 2003 Convention, about the tools that concerns the tools. If the person doesn't leave the space, we cannot talk about intangible cultural heritage anymore. And therefore, in times of conflicts and when people are displaced, the first thing is try and understand how to bring back those people to their environments and how to make those people continue adapting to their own environment. In our countries, there are several conflicts. I am from Burkina Faso, for example, and there are several industries producing weapons, for example, in my country. So it is important that UNESCO can start taking resolutions to stop weapon trafficking. And as far as schools are concerned, we have to act as well. So if we take off teeth to snakes, the snake won't bite anymore. So we have to act so that communities can pass on their knowledge to future generations. In some regions, we do not have schools anymore. Some have to move to other villages to go to the lessons. There are also some initiatives I could have participated in, but I cannot do this anymore. And again, about conflicts, it is true that conflict as a war is something that damages a lot society. So we have to act in times of peace again. My name is Leonce, and if I have to be Muslim to change religion, I have to change my name, because if it's not Arabic, it is not recognized. So this is another example of conflicts, if you want, that are letting traditional practices disappear. So how UNESCO can accompany our community to overcome those differences, those conflicts, so to say. And another aspect is an administrative one. Our administrative bodies are today not capable in terms of their processes, their practices to help in this. For example, my name is Key, my surname is Key, my wife's name is Lo, but if I give my son's name Lo, my son wants to be recognized as mine, and so I cannot give him my heritage, my inheritance, so my legacy. So we have to overcome those limits, very, very small ones that are indeed, in the end, very meaningful anyway. So as the panelists said, we cannot protect what we don't know. So it is really, really important, again, to create inventories of all the elements that are present, the heritage is present, so we can better prepare to future conflicts. Thank you. Thank you.
Je propose qu'on prend une autre question.
We can take another question, and then I'll give the floor to the panelists. You have the floor. Microphone, please.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. So thank you for sharing your experiences. It's heartbreaking. It's such difficult context in which you have to work with cultural heritage. So yesterday, we had all this talk about the importance of establishing closer dialogue between the World Heritage and the 2023 Convention. So thank you for emphasizing also the importance of establishing closer relationships among the other conventions, especially the Hay one and the 1971. And I have a question. Do you have any example of a good practice, like a successful story in capacity building on cultural heritage for the military in order for them to assist communities and governments during preparedness and recovery, especially? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's then have a quick round of reactions, responses, and then we need to wrap up. Thank you. Omar.
I think while it's not completely well organized and official, but there is something happening in Iraq, and I believe it's also they are receiving training by the Italian Carabinieri to provide training on the protection of cultural heritage, whether inside museums or in public, because despite the sites that witness the conflict, we also have sites that are suffering from looting from time to time because they are open in the public, not enough security measures. So I believe there is a possibility, hopefully in the very near future in Iraq, that there will be a special unit dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage. I think there is training here and there, but it needs to be formalized. Yeah.
Thank you, Omar. Annie, des réactions?
As to the military, we have the Blue Shields in Lebanon, and the military, well, the soldiers are very active in the protection of the World Heritage. They do nothing about the intangible cultural heritage, which is normal, by the way. I'd like to echo what Léonce was saying. If a population is withdrawn, is taken away from their environment and lose their cultural heritage, I don't really think so. This experience with the Yazidi is happening in, in their home. In the territory of in the homeland, in the territory of the communities, but also in the refugee camps. And the camps have taught us how the intangible cultural heritage reacts to armed conflict. It changes, of course. It is modified. And Yazidi themselves are astonished. They thought that everything would be done and accepted and followed, by everyone in the same manner. And I want to tell you that actually this is a living heritage. I don't have to tell you, so it adapts, it adjusts to the situations, and it can also travel. It can travel from one community to another, and because it can be a resource for other communities as well. Thank you, Annie. And Con?
Concerning the question about the military in protecting the cultural heritage, in Cambodia case, actually we have the heritage police that the government set up this special unit to be deployed at the cultural heritage site to overseeing all the activities of, to prevent from looting, illegal excavation, and any other illegal activities that might occur. And considering the training of the military, we don't have this much experience, but I can pick up one experience, a small experience that we had during the times of conflict in Preavihir site, that there is a special training that the government organized with the support from the UNESCO as well, to bring all the experts to train our military at site how to protect the site as well as the community from this certain of conflicts. And I would like to reiterate that the commitment of the government during that time is very strict, that the conflict should not be spread. Whatever it happened, where it happened, it should be happen there. It's not like we have 600 kilometers of border. We have the conflict at this special location. We cannot spread all over the border. So this is very strict. And another thing is that we protect our sovereignty. We are not allowed to advance, and we also have to protect from the advancement from the other side as well. So it's very clear, and this is the way that have protecting our cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oluwatoyin?
I'll respond in a different way. So to Leon's, I'll say identity evolves, and so is culture. So it's not static. And because it's not static, if we don't take inventory now upon what will be the basis or the fundamentals that we use in judging what it's changed to, how do you know even if change has occurred? So the first thing is we need to start documenting, taking inventory now, if we've not done so. And so for the African countries, we've not done much. We've not even started. So we need to start. And it's not to say we don't have the facility, but to start with whatever we have, to start sitting our grandparents down and listening and documenting. That's one. And that way we can pass that one to our children. And then in terms of the military, I don't know much, and I think UNESCO will be able to help with that. But thus far, I just know they'll protect the tangible, not the intangible, not my name, not my language. But when we look at conflict, we always look at the armed conflict, and we forget the natural disaster. The military won't be able to do anything than just help save lives. So it is unto me, you, and each and every one of us to start documenting what makes us who we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me also, on behalf of UNESCO, say that, of course, UNESCO works in situations of emergencies, but also on prevention and preparedness. We do that in the framework of all UNESCO's culture conventions. There are 6, as you know. One of the important aspects of our work is international advocacy. We have worked with many member states here present, also promoting, for instance, the adoption of Security Council resolutions concerning cultural heritage. We, of course, advise governments on policy, making sure that the convention standards and obligations is integrated in national policies. We build capacities, including capacities of military, and we have, in the framework of the 1954 Convention, we have a manual for the military, and we have conducted military trainings in different parts of the world, most recently in Africa for 12 African countries, and we targeted female military. Of course, we also work at the operational level. Perhaps the final word is to say that UNESCO, of course, stands ready to work with all of you here present, experts, representatives of government, and our focus for the years to come will be definitely preparedness, with a focus on Africa and small island developing states. So thank you very much for your participation, and we very much look forward to our continued cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Krista. Thank you, dear panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big round of applause for the final session to all the moderators, all the panelists for today, and of course for all of you who are present here today. Final words before we leave. This evening, you are kindly invited to enjoy a special concert at the Conservatorio di Musica San Pietro a Mazzella, accompanied by dinner. So for this, transportation has been arranged, and there are 2 meeting points for your kind attention. The first one will be at the Grand Hotel Orient, where some of you are staying. And the second pickup point is at Piazza Trieste e Trento, which is the same one as you go right, exit main on the right, where some of you took the buses last night, sharp at 7:45 p.m. I repeat, 7:45, which is about slightly an hour from now. And the bus ride is very short. It will take us to Plaza Dante this evening, which is about 4-minute walk to the Conservatorio. Please do not forget to bring your badges, okay? So you will be allowed to enter with your badges. And then I have another final announcement, but that I'll keep the special one the last. But do not forget, tomorrow is our final day, all right? So tomorrow we'll still have 2 sessions, session 6 on sustainable tourism, followed by session 7 on heritage in urban context. The afternoon will be dedicated to the wrap-up of the conference, concluding with the announcement of the call for action. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, as you exit the main gate entrance, you're kindly invited to view a beautiful set of lighting at Piazza Plebiscito, which is just right in front of you. And then onwards, we will see you about 1 hour at the 2 pickup points, and I wish you all a very pleasant evening. Thank you. Gracias.